Okay. Let me mute all this stuff here. My mistake on that part. Should have not had that all unmuted. I'm gonna wait for Di here before I start. All right, so a little bit of update. Actually, it does look better on stream. I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised it looks better on screen. We updated the counter for Twitch, so now I don't have to keep resetting it all the time. So we ended up getting a new monitor. Got a 24-inch monitor, which is actually very, very good. Now we're not struggling to see anything. I can see everybody's messages very clear as day. Instead of on that little dinky monitor or television that we had. We had to get a new television, which I am thankful that the color from this TV is reflecting the stream. So I think we're in, that's what I thought. We're in the second part of the trial. All right. Okay. Wait further. Di is supposed to give me a mic check when she gets on. Hey there, Ari. 3D Gaming. Thanks for the like. I'm currently waiting for somebody, so you won't be missing anything. 4 people watching. You would think that would have 2001 on there. 2001, 2002, 2004, 2014, and 2019 on there. Because the original game came out in 2001. Then Justice for All came out in 2002. Trials and Tribulation came out in 2004. Then we wouldn't see the first Phoenix Wright game until 2005. And Justice for All, I believe, was 2006. And I believe Trials and Tribulation was 2007, because we ended up getting Apollo Justice in 2008, despite the box saying 2007. Unless it was released over in Japan in 2007. And then in 2009 we get Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigation. And then in 2011, they release Prosecutor's Path, which never sees the day of light here in the States yet, which I'm hoping it does, because I played the fan translation, and it's a pretty good fan translation, I think. I think a lot of the context will probably be changed when they localize it, but at least you get a chance to play the game for what it's like over there in Japan. I think in 2012 we get Wright Ace Attorney. Then in 2014 this comes out. 2013 Dual Destinies comes out. 2015 is when the Wright Ace Attorney 2 comes out. 2016 is Spirit of Justice. And then we've never had a new Ace Attorney game since. They've done several remakes. They've done a remake of Apollo Justice on the 3DS. They've done a remake for both of the Wright Ace Attorney games and localized them here in the States, which is good. I'm glad they did. And then just recently we get the Apollo Justice trilogy. Welcome back, R3D. I'm waiting for a little green fairy to come into chat. Hey there, Phoenix. Well, I didn't exactly sneeze, I coughed. You gotta know the difference between a sneeze and a cough. So Phoenix, how does the screen look? You probably aren't noticing it, but pictures coming off in our new TV. We had to get a new TV because the other one went out. So it's got more colors into it, and I'm hoping it reflects in the screen. I got a new monitor too, so I can actually see the chat better. I've also have it set so it doesn't hurt my eyes too. So I'm waiting for a fairy to show up because I'm starting off with a testimony right after recess. Oh, I heard that she was taking a shower. Phoenix, you were here in the last stream, right? Hey, there she is. Alright. First things first, mic check. How good am I able to be heard? Okay. I am a little sick, so I am feeling a little better. So let's test the lighter voice. Can I still be heard over the music? Okay, good. You remember what happened last time? Don't remember what happened last time? Well, yeah, we did finish the investigation. We started the first part of the trial. We're accusing Adrian Andrews, and that's where we're at right now. Do you remember who the prosecutor is? March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So, after the ceremony, during the break, huh? By the way, Di, how does the picture look? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. That's exactly what Will Power said in his testimony, too. So, definitely no alibi. See? She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Yes, she exactly did such so. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over with. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze? Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact as her strength and reason to live. And then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it was Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact. Miles Edgeworth. Was it? It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Miss Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Mattingard. I see. Now then. We'll begin, Your Honor. I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of the certain weekly magazine recently. Oh, no, I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyways, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corveda. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? It might be a fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. There was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer. And she has the brains to match it. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understood? Alright, let me double check this testimony. It looks like we have 2 recommended statements to press. Alright, you ready, Di? Still with me here, Di? Alright. Must be the high quality picture. What's your resolution? Yeah, I figured that. Yeah, she's having internet. It could be her internet issues. I'm going to have her try something else. Because she's trying to follow along. She's trying to follow along. She's doing the cross-examination. And she's got to see the stream to actually press and present evidence. I fought like heck just to get my internet back on. Okay. There is no rule like that on YouTube. I haven't been hit with it, and I've been doing it for about 3 years now. YouTube does not have anything against me showing Twitch chat. Doesn't have any issues with with Kick either. Twitch says that they don't allow that stuff, but people have done it anyways. They're talking about the chat. So, you're not sure what I mean. There are 3 dots on your browser next to your profile picture. Also, make sure your browser is updated. You click on that, it'll say clear browser data. You should just clean out cookies and cache, and then refresh the browser and see if that helps. As long as you don't clear out your search history, you shouldn't have to re-log into your account. Alright. You can press and go next. By the way, I asked earlier, what do you think of the picture quality? And what was Mr. Ngard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. And Mr. Ngard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? Ed? What are you? Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Sarcasm Edgeworth. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ngard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? This witness may continue. You were in shock? What? Was that not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very collecting person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. I agree. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be in shock. I agree. Somehow I don't think beauty had anything to do with being shocked or not. I don't think beauty was the important thing about it. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged into his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on the wine glass, so I suggested There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without thinking. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime scene photo? The mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the glass guitar. On the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, the people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. All right, that should give you a clue as to what you're gonna press. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take one's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down onto the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. She was always in control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradiction in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offense and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake. Okay. Do you know what the statement it is? This one should be pretty easy. Objection! You testify that you knocked the flower vase over. Is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Ah! What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Ugh. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case. Doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Does she not know? Does she know? We are about to find out. Oh, you don't have to press any of the statements in this one. Matter of fact, this is probably the easiest testimony ever. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it almost confronting. Anyways, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Miss Corita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has stated multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic, Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we have a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Alright, you know which statement it is? You want to go to the next page? We don't have anything on the next page that's going to contradict this piece of testimony. So it's on this page. It's actually pretty easy to figure out. What's the topic of this testimony? No, she would not know anything about the pager. This is actually a transceiver, though. She would not know anything about this. But what's the topic of this testimony? The paper would not help on this one.
Objection!
You could have picked statement 2, 3, and 4, and they would all contradict the guitar case. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I haven't left prints just because I touched the object. Just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Well, but why would you be wearing gloves at that time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm also sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. We gotta think about this. Because there's one thing that's in that room that has her fingerprints on it. So, that would be the strange part. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? What do you think she touched to prove that she didn't wear gloves? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on the wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself that glass of juice, wouldn't you think it would just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in that guitar case? What was in that guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on this case... Objection! Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lust us all into his misguided. Objection! No, Your Honor. Please, recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Objection! If If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why the guitar case has nothing to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in that case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest a bright black guitar was in that case? So you intend to push your theory to the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate the head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Do you know, Di? Guide says there's actually 2 pieces of evidence you can actually use. The knife was not in the guitar case. We gotta think a little bit bigger. No. We had discovered that the camera was in Wendy Oldbag's possession. Well, we gotta think back to Wendy Oldbag's testimony. We gotta think back to a picture she found. Yes.
Take that!
This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that photo, that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you suggesting that the witness carried the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? The insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot correct. You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mangard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places. True. This is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Mr. Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What would be the reason behind such a particular act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Now I think we can use the evidence that you've been wanting to use last week. Because you would always tell me the piece of paper with the number 16 on it.
Take that!
What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. he was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt and Guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyways. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And you know what this secret of Mr. Guard is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Oh, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. To protect Mr. Guard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you would, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Alright, it looks like we have two, actually we have one mandatory. Alright. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than before, a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep this in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. It just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. I gotta drink. Throat was getting a little hoarse. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. Keep trying, but I can't find no flaws with that, what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for people here in this courtroom, however. You're just glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy! I'm going to, make a little bit of change here. No, I said 4.
Hold it!
Nope. Lowering the number is going up. 7. Hold on a sec. Okay, that looks a little bit better. I seen a black line going across the bottom of it, and it was bugging me. Because it was literally cutting the top of Phoenix's head. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? At the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. Before I continue, because that is the biggest meme in the Ace Attorney. it? Oh, here we go. Here's the link. There you go. That is a meme. And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seemed pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounds a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I can press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Alright, we do have a statement that has to be pressed. I believe you've already pressed this statement. Or unless you skipped it. You pressed this one, I know. We're gonna need to press this one. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the jamming ninja costume. You're talking about the button, correct? That button was found in the cleats of Matt's Acme. Isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Eric! Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyways, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Remember what they said the cause of death was. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costumes were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to tip her on, it has to be here. But where and what? Alright, we're going to go back to that statement. So, remember the cause of death. The button is not going to determine the cause of death. Yeah, the button is not going to determine cause of death. But we do have something that states cause of death. I want to look at the report. This one.
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife was stabbed to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does this mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order, order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So, what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was torn off during. We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? What are we trying to do? No. So if we're trying to accuse somebody else for the murder, what would be the purpose for the button? Because Engard is already a suspect. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There is no way anyone would put a blooded button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Guard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is, well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard is... Okay. Well, now that I have this monitor here, I can see where I need to make changes to the screen. Alright, give me a second. I'm doing some editing to my screen here. 2. No, I typed 2. 4. No, I typed 4. Nope. 5. Nope. 6. Nope. 7. Did that make things bigger? Must have. Alright. Does this screen look better? I had an extra white border onto it. Alright. Who's the real killer? You want to see them again? One's dead. He's the victim of this case. I'll give you a hint, and it's gonna be very easy. They're at the witness stand right now. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. Get into my Pokeball now. You are Mr. Karita's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of them on me. I can't? Can I? Could you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's? Hakuma. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Ugh. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No! But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on that guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Well, that's right. That's because she didn't intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the guitar case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on that glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth could believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop! Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, but allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ngard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of decisive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe that may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No. She's taking the defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, decisive proof. Well, as I stated before, everything that the defense had just stated, if it was presented in a U.S. court of law, it would be enough to be substantial. Because substantial evidence in a court of law is the same as decisive proof. The prosecution has to find proof that against the defense's claim. And if the defense isn't going to do their work, then normally the defense's claim would stay. Not in this situation. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter and at tomorrow's trial. Tomorrow? I don't have it tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it!
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth. I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Objection!
It's not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? It's true Miss Andrew holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yeah, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews? When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when someone finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body. The glass of juice? I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Unfortunately, it wasn't in that messy state when we walked in. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. So I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Okay, let me go to this. Oh, we don't have to present any, or we don't have to press any statements in this one. So you poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you just say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in the brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Now I see a black line again. Let me change the setting down. Why is that at 9? 50? Because the picture did indeed get bigger. Okay. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida? I understand your frustration at not being able to prove your theory. However, the before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see, next witness? And, okay. Next statement. I guess that black line would be that line I forgot to cut out when I did the screen. Oh well. It is what it is. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. Excuse me. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all? Thank you. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always had a hard time waking up, so Juan always had a glass of tomato juice to drink. Let's see. After that, what happened next? And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was in shock and staggered backward and knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end of both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecutor's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Alright. Do you know what statement it is? me? That was my mistake. Alright. You know what it is? Okay, so the statement says, when I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So, what piece of evidence would show that in the picture? This one, right?
Objection!
So, you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then, so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong! Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Mattengard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Mattengard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What do you... Witness. Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Maddengard will go free. And in his place, you will be the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't think about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. And right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Maddengard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then, what should we do? This is the first time I have ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please save me. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now. What will you do? What kind of a man are you? Mr. Phoenix Wright. Alright. You're gonna force her to testify. It wouldn't matter which one you pick. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around it. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making her face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, did you absolutely refuse to testify? It falls on my shoulder to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth. This witness? How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you! If people find out! Ow! If you're trying to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will put the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again. Just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright? Please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. All right. Hold on a sec. Guess what, Di? We're pressing every statement. We are going to be pressing every statement. You heard that, right? But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. And that's why I thought that I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away that the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes toward him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one that stabbed the victim with the knife? It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. And when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then planted it in Mr. Garza Hakama? Yes, that's what I planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's this old bag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared the costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference on it. He's going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyways, I thought if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engard's room and planted the button into Matt's hakama. Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisco, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I had just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Well, wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Today's trial is over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. That card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? On this? Mr. Wright also asked me about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This! I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edward so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Alright. That was a pretty long trial. Alright. Questions, concerns, criticisms. What are you confused about? Trial was planned or not? Well, the trial was going to happen anyways. Because the trial is going to happen for a murdered body anyways. If you are trying to ask if the defense's case is set up, it seems like it's set up. And we'll find out why that is as we get further into the case. But yes. But I'm assuming that the other confusion part is, wasn't our goal was to accuse Adrian Andrews? Yes. We technically were supposed to accuse Adrian Andrews. But understand what she said. Everything she did was after the body had died. So the evidence that we have shows that she had tampered with the crime scene and she forged evidence, which is a crime in itself. But the defense actually kind of prove that our client is sort of not guilty, because I'm not going to spoil it for you. But let's just say Vanguard did not have his hands into the crime itself. And the evidence already proves that he did not have anything to deal with the crime itself. So, you'll find out. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright Cole Law Offices. Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. There, Pearls. I know you're there. I can't take it anymore. Well, look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys, can I catch your pill? Mr. Scuffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scuffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. And I came to talk to you, pal. We're kind of busy right now. So, what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that? Aha! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. Oh, what are you talking about? You don't have another payday? I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Aha. Okay, by the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Instant noodles. A bowl of salty noodles. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edwards act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible! But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with this whole thing. You mean about that thing, Phil? Why would she want to? No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure out from anything she said. Excuse me. Anything she said all day. And you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it's just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Well, that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Was she? Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edward said she was in stable condition, but... Oh, she was shot in the shoulders, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out. So she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe you'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Dia's probably saying, no, Pearl. No. We don't need any more lashings from her. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see. Name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I gotta listen to that dreadful music again. And I gotta talk to that psychopathic doctor again. March 22nd, Hottie Clinic, reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second. You're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh. You're the psychopathic doctor. Why are you still here? Yes? What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes? Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes? What is it? Director. Excuse for my female voice. Franziska. Oh, is Franziska von Karma. You don't need to worry. Yes? She's in good hands. And don't worry about the female voice. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes? Yes? And that thing? That surgery? It went well. You have my gratitude. Does he now? It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director or his secret. She looks so pitiful. Absolutely terrified. Yes? But I understand. Yes? Her opponent with a gun. After all. And when I snuck up on her, real secret like, she would scream really loud. Yes? We're getting nightmares already. Die, we hate this guy, don't we? We clearly hate this guy. Let's see. Edgeworth! Don't you see what he's doing? Ah, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Uh-huh. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it. Go back to your room. You're so mean, uh-huh. So mean, my frisky friend, Friska. Okay, yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes? And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, right? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know? Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. It's Von Karma. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it. It looks like we're lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, the trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. We will see this line later. Again, in another Phoenix Wright game. And I will be referring back to this game. Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in the argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? I mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at it. An assassin? Picture card added to the court record. So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Excuse me, my throat is becoming hoarse again. Alright, here we go. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So, because his profession name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victim. Why would he do something like that? I think it's part of his duty to his client. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his client can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as an insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his client and himself above all else. It seems that this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassin exists. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a research team, a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to? Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick! There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Carreta was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Madengard, your own client. Please, stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue investigation, you will need this. What is this? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Letter of introduction added to the court record. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again. If anything should happen, now if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please. All I ask is you make it home safe and sound. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. No, he's not making it up. I can assure you that. Anyways, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door opened. Okay, time to take a look around. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. Kind of pretty. Hey, look! Looks like there's something written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Okay. I want that. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. A little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, hey, it's a computer. Never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. It was my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Yeah, with a monitor like that, it would probably be in the back. Most likely. Oh, what is this thing? An antenna? Looks like a satellite dish. I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electric gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at all. That will. Eee! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? But no, I would suggest you would remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean? Dead man tells no tale, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin?! People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Clinic. Hottie Clinic reception. Mr. Nick? Huh? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Hedgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Alright. So, we did that. We need to go to the detention center. March 22nd, detention center, visitor's room. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Engard? You say? You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Oh, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it is he has to say. Dear Mr. Lawyer, dude. I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm pretty sure Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You've got to be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Engard really the big impat of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Oh. Guess we're going to have to go here. March 22nd, Gaywater Hotel. Hotel lobby. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Cast! This old bag. Don't default my name and turn it into a gas. You spike-headed pitafogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although, I did a piece of gum. I got a piece of gum from... It's all your fault. You will like... Urgh. Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off me. This helmet's airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. There we go. March 22nd, in Guard Mansion, living room. Sure is dark. I could turn on a light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. If this were what a rich house looks like in Japan, what does a normal house looks like in Japan? Because this house looks like a normal house for a normal person. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! So I guess this is Shu. Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Diet Shu. Pet the kitty. Tee-hee. Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Guard's lawyer. The master's? Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, Hundo. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Guard, right? Honestly, sir, don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as a murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the matter or his affairs. How typically butler-like as you are. Mr. Dell, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself or his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Guard had the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies you. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Will, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Oh, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for your compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Alright. Di, who do you think that butler was? if I show her this I got from Edgeworth. This old bag. If you would look at what? You want to look at this worthless piece of edgy poo. Ugh. Is that her perfume? More I smell. Shudder. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand. Letter of introduction given to Ms. Oldbag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come out of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyways, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Ah! What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Angar's room today. Why? The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of the investigation to kill her. So, don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Okay. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems busy somehow. I need to take care of my throat because it's becoming hoarse again. Di, who do you think that guy was? Probably because the police team is scoring for clues about the killer. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. Hallway. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here? Wrecking course. Investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has the aurora of mystery. You know? Like, something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Wreck given! Photographers gotta have cameras out the ears like corn to be a real pro, you know? So, I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I'm guessing you don't know who that guy was. I'm kind of curious what she says when I... would you please take a look at this? Nope, sorry. No can do. Only thing I want to see is a steaming hand towel. Oh, what? A steaming hand towel? No need for my eyes. Today just ain't a good day for my eyes to be looking at stuff. How convenient. Maybe I'll have to use that one next time you show me something. Alright. Night of the murder. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? Y'all really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? A lot of you were loitering in this hallway that night of the murder, weren't you? Were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either. I guess that means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? Yeah. Mean the stuff about Engard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, whenever you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull doers. Hey, what's with ya? Why you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey. And why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just streaking here? Ah, my baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with the red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're the redcoat's friend, aren't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me my camera back. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together. There, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you two there, little, keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, would you please just leave already? Alright. March 22nd. Gaywater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Hey, Mr. Nick. What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. Well, I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon. Excuse me? Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien! Die! You get the reference, don't ya? Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with young'ums today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Wanda, and you're disturbing me. please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time?
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by the fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with the embellic look on her face. With that embellic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now, hold on a second there, little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents. They're all bears, right?
Well, she's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, he became friends. They became friends.
I'm having a hard time believing that story. Are you, Di? I'm still having a hard time believing that, too. Because bears would actually go and chase ya. If you try to bare fist a bear, they'll backhand ya, and their paw is heavy, and they will knock you out.
Wow, what a heartwarming story. It's complete fake. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river, going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bud, you too.
Did all of that really happen?
It's in his biography, bud.
A story he put in his biography. But yes, he would not be the writer of the biography. Fabricated? What a load of crock.
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice, bears.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
Erk! That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello, hello. This is not a phone. Maya. How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? Huh? But don't they start their job at midnight and then they go until 6? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mr. Maya! Mr. Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then, a little. What is with the static all of a sudden? Oh, hello. It seems bad. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Well, I think we have one place that we need to go. March 22nd. Wright and Co. Law Offices. Hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Whoops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy about that thing. What thing? Oh, yeah. This thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounds like this. Don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? So what is this electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. Well, they don't do that today. Because back then, they had flip phones, and we were still running on those CRTs. And if you put one of the flip phones next to it, it would interfere with the television. You remember CRTs, don't you? Well, CRTs are still around. It's just that you can't buy them brand new anymore. And most of them are all LCDs. The monitor I'm using is LCD. And the television I have is LED. Which they say the LCD is more reliable than the LED. Because the LED has a habit of blowing out. So, if that didn't make you feel old, Di, this one will. The stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? A computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Does that make you feel old? Because I remember when I was younger and my mother ran a vacuum cleaner and it would make the TV look weird. You probably don't remember it that far back unless your mother still had a CRT television back then and ran a vacuum cleaner. But that was way back when we had like antenna and it would interfere with the television because we were working on radio waves at the time, and apparently vacuum cleaners worked on a similar. But by then, by the time you were born, you had cable. Cable was a thing. The antenna was kind of obsolete by the mid-90s. They've modified the antenna. They've made what they call digital antennas, which are different than analog antennas. Analog antennas are gone. Especially now that if you try to put an analog antenna up now, today, it wouldn't work because everything runs off in a digital signal. There's no radio waves anymore. Because everything is beamed off into a satellite in space and put back down on Earth. Before, when we had analog antennas, there would be signals from one antenna to the next antenna to the next antenna to the next antenna. Hey, light gazer! A woo raid! Alright, let's see who we have here that came from this raid. Light Gazer, Just Toad, Isaias Rivat, if I'm saying that correctly, please let me know. Bala, Coops Trooper, alright, we're in day 2 investigation.
of the last case in Justice for All. So, I won't spoil it if you haven't played it yet, but we're right now learning about electromagnetic waves, and Dai in here is feeling like she's old because of what they're saying on screen. Oh yes, that TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Though I've never really had an issue with a dryer taking out the signal of the TV, because I've never really experienced a television next to a dryer. Vacuum cleaners I have. I wasn't talking about analog TVs, analog antennas when you guys came in. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in, when the transceiver to the interference to the transceiver happened, there's got to be something there that's sending out every strong radio wave, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Corrida's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it? I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later. Alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Alright, wanna go here? We need to go here. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's room. Alright. I thank you for the subscription. I will have to figure out why my alerts aren't going off, but I will probably fix those. Hey, you're finally here, pal. So sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct door from the outside. I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one from the police. Get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one. Just not the police. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? It looks a little broken. It's a science project. More or less. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. A science project. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Oh, seeing this brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyways, since I brought it all the way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting the sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right, now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that gives off a lot of radio waves. Sorry, I need to take care of that. My voice was sounding hoarse. I still have a cold. Press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Alright.
This is a giant stuffed teddy bear, right?
It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean?
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is.
Let's see. A perfect normal stuffed bear with some strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
Again, my voice is hoarse again.
There we go. We should be better now.
No, you can't. Such a violent act. Of course the big Freddy has it. But Pearl doesn't want us to rip the eye out. She says it's a violent act. Oof. No!
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transceiver and a timer.
What a meter? With some of everything work. Editing work. I know you were playing Super Mario Maker.
A transmitter, pal.
Ah, okay. Oh, is this more of the high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal.
Die, if you want to learn any tech, Legazer knows a little bit of it. At least, I think he might know what a CCD camera is.
It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems. So, it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves, then it's sent to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right.
Spy camera added to the court record.
So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for an hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murderer on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Transmitter added to the court record. So there was a camera inside the bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Correa this present? I don't know, pal. But it means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night. Is there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? Stuff bear added to the court record. I got it. What? Hey, pal. Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electric shop and see if I can find out who bought this. That's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Give it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. And Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ack! You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, well, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see. Hey, don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed bear, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter the scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. Are you serious with me, YouTube? Are you gonna glitch out on me? What is going on with YouTube? Hold on a sec, guys. Alright, so before I continue, I am going to, I'm going to repeat what was missed. So apparently it still says my bitrate is low, which is a big freaking lie, YouTube. Because I'm reading at 900 kilobytes per second, and you're saying I only am getting 100 or 1,400. All right, so what you guys missed, Edgeworth came into the room. Yeah, you say I have 145.2 kilobytes per second. I am running at 9,000 kilobytes. So I don't know what YouTube is saying. All right, so Edgeworth came in, talked about the bear, and saying that the bear is going to be will be better for more of a lead than bear. And he's going to figure out exactly where the bear is coming from. Now I'm seeing bit rate loss. Because, of course, when they do maintenance onto it, they screw everything up. Okay. Well, I haven't done anything yet. I hope everything I said came clear on stream. I got 9 likes on this stream. One more to 10. Alright, okay. It's gonna stay steady at 9,000 now. No, that's gonna play. YouTube says it's good, but I still have a warning onto it. Did you guys catch everything I said? This is very close to the end. Very close to the end. I just want to know if I heard you before it went out again. Okay, so you know Edgeworth. You know Edgeworth came. Okay. So the big question is Adrian Andrews the killer? Phoenix Wright says he doesn't know. And now we're here. The kidnapper whose whole soul condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But, as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Alright. Well, it says stream is healthy now, so apparently they fixed it. Alright. I should have an alert to tell me when the internet's going down, because I would hear it on XSplit first before I hear it on stream. Alright, questions, concerns, criticism. Well, if I knew how to do it, I would be able to do it, but I don't know how to do that. Have an alert by somebody typing in chat that will play a sound that says, hey, we're losing frames. And it would tell the streamer, it says, oh God, I'm losing frames. Alright. Questions, concerns, criticisms? Well, let's explain the case. This investigation, okay? So we found some things that reflects to Shelly the killer and the killer. Okay? So Shelly the killer leaves a calling card for every time he has assassinated someone. Okay? It shows that he has done his work. He has done his job. And that card is left at the crime scene. It's also an insurance to protect his clients. But we're also learning that whoever his client is left a camera and a transmitter inside of a bear. So that is where we're at now. That's what the speculations are. So that's where we're at, and the next we're going to be doing I'm going to let you know right now. Next Monday is going to be the last stream for Justice for All. It's going to be the last one. The only reason why that is I'm going to end up moving on to the next one, because with all the problems I've had with the internet and stuff like that, I'm not going to delay that any longer. So it may extend past midnight, okay? So be prepared for that. This was not planned to go past midnight, but the internet issues caused that. Anyways, I'm going to put this on here. So, nope. Hold on a sec. I need to change this. No, I'm hitting the wrong button. Okay. Alright. So, we have one last part of the investigation, and we have 2 parts of the trial that we have to do. And I'm pretty sure it's 2 parts of the trial. I will double check. It might be better if I went back this way. Yeah, it's 2 parts of the trial. So, we may extend to past midnight next Monday. Tomorrow is going to be Tears of the Kingdom. And that will be it for me. Tomorrow I'm going to try to see if I can't run the PFL news and practices together early in the day. And because of the length, of it all, I am going to try to do it as early as I can. I know you, Die, is probably not going to wake up that early, only if you tried, at least. But I'm not expecting you to try to be up that early. I'm going to try to at least do it between 1 and 2 o'clock. Alright.
Let's go find a raid target. Most of these are going to be vertical streams. Alright, I guess we're going to raid this person. Alright. We're gonna raid Chadley. I believe he was playing Donkey Kong Country. Yeah. Donkey Kong Country 2. DKC 2. And there's his link.
You guys all have a good night. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be 100%. I sound almost better anyways. Hopefully tomorrow I am 100%. Take care, guys.